terrorism or disease or whatever it is, in this case to confront gun violence, and do something about it. Not sit around and pretend that there's nothing we can do. That is un-American. We don't surrender. We're Americans. We take on tough problems, like our entire history has shown. But we haven't taken on this problem. What we should be saying to these families, in addition to offering our sympathy, is your government has failed you. Your government at the federal level and your government at the state level. It's failed you. And in this case, in this chamber, it's failed because one side will not even entertain the idea of passing any gun measures. They've surrendered. Mr. President, I would yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Will the senator withdraw the?
I will.
The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination: the judiciary, Evelyn Budin of New Jersey to be United States District Judge for the District of New Jersey.
Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Booker, Carper, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Feinstein, Heinrich, Lujan, Schatz, Warner, Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Crapo, Ernst, Grassley, Haggerty, Inhofe, Marshall, Moran, Sass. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Rono, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Chester, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Scott, Florida, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. I almost. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Look. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Portman, no.
Waiting. The yeas are 51, the nays are 43, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Charlotte N. Sweeney of Colorado to be United States District Judge for the District of Colorado.
Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. You're now Cotton. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker. Nope. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Oh, never. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, thanks. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, thank you. Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Thank you. Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Cardin, Casey, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Manchin, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warnock, and Wyden. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blunt, Burr, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Marshall, McConnell, Romney, Rubio, Sass, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Sandra Thompson. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Moran, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Sir- Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Portman, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Risch? No. Mrs. Feinstein? Aye. Mr. Durbin? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Menendez? Aye. Ms. Warren? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? No. Mr. Haggerty? No. Ms. Baldwin? Aye. Ms. Cantwell? Aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Lee, no. White House? White House and Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. 47. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
The yeas 48, the nays 46, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 806, Sandra L. Thompson of Maryland, to be Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Sandra L. Thompson of Maryland to be Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun.
No. And Mr. Wicker is no.
Ma'am? Collins, no. Thank you. Mr. Paul? I had you. You're an aye. Cassidy? Got you. I did. Thank you. A yes. Thank you. Kane? Mr. Kelly? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Ms. Collins, Mr. Kuhns, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio. Thank you. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Mr. Burr, no. I did, thanks. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Feinstein, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Murray, Sanders, and Smith. Senators voting in the negative: Mr. Menendez, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Inhofe, Moran, Paul, Risch, Rubio, Shelby, Tillis, Tuberville, Whitehouse, and Young. Mr. Hoeven, no. Oh, Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Yeah, thanks. I got that one wrong. Ms. Hassan, aye. Thank you. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. I'm hugging this. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Thank you. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Thank you. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Portman, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Deans, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Sass, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no.
The yeas are 48, the nays 46, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that Alan Cox and Fatima Sierra Vargas, fellows of my Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee, be granted floor privileges for the duration of this Congress.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my colleagues to support Sandra Thompson's historic nomination to be the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. Ms. Thompson's an exceptional nominee with decades of experience in mortgage markets and federal financial regulation. Since June 2021, Ms. Thompson served as acting director at FHFA, where she's played a vital role in promoting access to mortgage credit, to overseeing and supervising Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the 11 federal home loan banks, and to protecting the safety and soundness of the housing finance system. Before being designated as acting director, Ms. Thompson served for 8 years as a deputy director for the Division of Mission and Goals at FHFA, so she's clearly very qualified. 18 years at the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. While there, she worked for 7 different chairpersons, obviously from both political parties and in senior level positions. She'll be the first woman. She'll notably be the first black woman confirmed to lead FHFA. For the first time, we have an administration and a Senate Banking and Housing Committee that understand how important it is to have economic leaders who reflect the country, who look like the country and think like the country, people who make it work. She'll join a growing list of experienced, talented black women who have come through our committee. Marcia Fudge was my congresswoman in Cleveland. Marcia Fudge, who's now at Secretary of HUD. Cecilia Rouse, chair of the Council on Economic Advisors at the White House. Rita Jo Lewis, CEO of the Export-Import Bank. Lisa Cook, first black woman ever in 109 years. 109 years, the first black woman at the Federal Reserve. Alana McCargo, Alexia Latourtou, just to name a few. Ms. Thompson's proven she'll work and she'll listen to lenders and consumers in both sides of the aisle. Before the pandemic, housing was too expensive and too hard to find, even before the pandemic. Whether you're looking to rent or to buy, FHFA has an important role to play in bringing down housing costs and empowering more families to be able to afford a safe and stable home. I strongly urge my colleagues in supporting Ms. Thompson's nomination.
The senior senator from Iowa.
Louder. Farmers across Iowa are finishing their planting of corn and soybeans. As for the Grassley farm, Robin and Pat Grassley finished planting last Thursday. Most people have never stepped foot on a family farm, let alone know all about the complexities that go into planting, growing, and harvesting a bountiful crop. That's why I often use my social media to show my followers what's going on in farming. Hashtag Corn Watch, hashtag Soybean Watch. I like to show how only 2% of the population raises food for the other 98%, plus exporting 1/3 of our production to people feed people overseas. Food doesn't just magically appear in grocery store shelves. When so few people know what it takes to produce food, we often run into obstacles at policy-making tables here in Congress and around Washington, D.C. I often quote something Dwight Eisenhower said, and he said it best, quote, "Farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles away from a cornfield," end quote. There's never been a more important time than right now for farmers to have a successful year. We're facing a world threatened by food shortages and food insecurity, the likes of which we haven't seen since the Arab Spring a decade ago, in a large part today because of Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. The productivity of the American farmers and ranchers this crop season will have a big impact on security and prosperity of countries around the world, as well as to make sure we don't get into devastating shortage of food. With so much at stake, Washington, D.C. must provide farmers across the country a consistent policy when it comes to regulation of inputs and crop production products. One state out of 50 can't go another direction without bringing harm to food production. When it comes to regulation of these products, public policy must be based on the best science available to make informed decisions. Science-based decision shouldn't surprise anybody in this town, because science was the golden rule in every coronavirus decision that was made both in the Trump administration and still being made in the Biden administration. The best science is why Congress enacted in 1972 the legislation that goes by the title of the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, or FIFRA for short. So since 1972, FIFRA has expressly preempted state law and vested the EPA with final authority over pesticide labeling and the usage of that pesticide. Specifically, FIFRA gave the EPA authority over pesticide labeling and the usage of that pesticide. Under FIFRA, it's the EPA's responsibility to undertake very extensive scientific review of regulated products and then determine what disclosures, if any, must be on the product labels. FIFRA provides that EPA conducts studies to determine product safety. Congress intended that there be a federal regulatory regime that would impose warnings, impose disclosures, and impose restrictions on the use of products under FIFRA. Congress made it very clear that Congress wanted science-based certainty and predictability for farmers and the resulting benefit that is to the farm entire economy. Unfortunately, we've seen politically motivated environmentalists pushing for restrictions on regulated products that the EPA has determined are not necessary. This fundamentally undermines trust in the EPA and trust in federal regulation of these products used in farming. Make no doubt about my stand or anybody's stand here in the United States Senate. We all strongly support thorough vetting of regulated products to ensure public safety. However, I strongly support ensuring Iowa farmers have the supplies they need to feed families across America. I hope President Biden would agree with me. His administration should be putting forward policies and taking positions that protect public safety while ensuring farmers can produce the food that we need here in America and that we're able to supply 1/3 of our production for overseas. As we look at the world with a growing shortage of food, as I emphasized, partly because of what's going on in Ukraine, we must then ask ourselves what more we can be doing to support farmers. Unfortunately, some recent decisions just made by this administration do just exactly the opposite. I said just made by this administration because 2 weeks ago, President Biden's Solicitor General filed a brief in a case involving widely used pesticides. In that brief, the Solicitor General flipped the government's long-held position that FIFRA preempts state law and instead argued against EPA's authority. So it looks to me like politics overcomes science. Now, you'd think such a significant change would be firmly based in law on science, just as I said. However, the Solicitor General explained this astounding change wasn't based on science because it was based on politics. Perhaps that's why the EPA General Counsel name doesn't appear on the brief. I've heard from many constituents about how serious of an impact the position taken by Biden's Solicitor General would have on farming industry at large. If the court, meaning the Supreme Court, effectively adopts the Solicitor General's position and that of a lower court decision, it will fundamentally disrupt the federal regulation of use and of warnings under FIFRA related to substances such as these that farmers rely on every day in production agriculture. It's clear that it wasn't the intent of Congress when it enacted FIFRA for there to be 50 state standards in addition to federal standards, because we all know the purpose of FIFRA was to create a uniform regime with authority vested in the EPA to set such standards. And that's never been questioned till now. It's shocking that President Biden chose to put forward an argument that undermines the public trust in the EPA by putting politics ahead of the long-standing and consistent EPA regulation that enables farmers to grow the food that we and the world need. This abrupt change in the administration's position will have serious implications for the farm economy and our food supply. Again, there's needs to be a consistent regulatory regime to ensure the public's trust and to support U.S. agriculture so farmers can produce food, again I say, that the nation needs and the world needs. So I hope the Solicitor General reverses his position, and even if he doesn't reverse his position, I hope the Supreme Court of the United States will be willing to hear this case. I want to now quote Dr. Norman Borlaug, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, I think in 1970. This winner was born and raised in Iowa. Quote, "If you desire peace, cultivate justice, but at the same time, cultivate the fields to produce more bread. Otherwise, there will be no peace." And I think what he's referring to there is, at least what I believe and I've heard, that societies are only 9 meals away from revolution. In other words, if you're a father and a mother and you can't feed your kids for 3 days, you'll go to almost any end to make sure they get the food. So if you want social cohesion in America and around the world, we got to have enough food to feed our people. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, thank you for that introduction. And Mr. President, I want to start by saying I have 10 requests for committees to meet today during session of the Senate. They have the approval of both the majority and minority leaders. We'd like to ask for permission.
Duly noted.
Good. Thank you so much. President, like a lot of other Americans, I didn't sleep much last night. Didn't sleep much at all. Couldn't shake the overwhelming feeling of sorrow that I felt for the community of Uvalde, Texas. 19 innocent children, 4th graders, were gunned down in their classroom 3 days before summer break. 3 days. 2 teachers were murdered as well. Countless children witnessed their classmates and teachers shot and killed as they climbed through windows to try to escape the massacre. These 21 families are living every parent's worst nightmare, the loss of a child. Instead of planning their summer vacations, those families are now planning their children's funerals. Their nightmare is our national nightmare. Though my own boys are now grown adults, I can't help but think of when my wife and I used to help them with their homework and tuck them into bed at night. I can't help but think of when they were the same age of the 19 elementary children gunned down at their school yesterday. Like millions of American parents across our country, my wife are brokenhearted today. Millions of Americans dropped their children off at school this morning, and my guess is they probably hugged them extra tightly. They said goodbye and watched those kids walk into school. And they left to hope and pray today that their children will be there alive at pickup at the end of the day, or that they'll be on the bus ride coming home at night. They are left to hope and pray that they never get the shattering call that those families in Uvalde received yesterday. Mr. President, we are the only country in the world
where parents have to hope and pray that their children will not be murdered at school by a gunman. We're the only country in the world where a fourth grade classroom can be turned into a battlefield by a madman with an assault weapon. This has to stop. We can't go on this way. We are mourning this tragedy, and I refuse to accept inaction. I refuse to accept that the mass slaughter of children in their fourth grade classroom is somehow normal. This has to stop. We can't go on this way. Madam President, for about as long as I've been in this chamber, and that's some 21 years, we've been failing to address the epidemic of gun violence in this country. This has to stop. We can't go on this way. I refuse to believe that Congress can't reform our gun laws in a way that the American public broadly support. I refuse to believe that changing our laws won't reduce gun violence and make these tragedies less likely from recurring in the future. We're long overdue to make common sense reforms to our nation's gun laws. Madam President, to put it bluntly, this is not going to be easy. I know it. I think we all realize that. Many of our friends in this chamber revere our second-degree amendment and respect the traditions of lawful gun ownership in this country. I myself am a gun owner, have been one, I think, ever since I was 12 years old, when I bought my first BB gun. However, Madam President, the Second Amendment does not guarantee us the right to murder children at school or gun down worshipers in a church or kill African Americans at a grocery store. In our Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson wrote these words that we all remember. He wrote, "All men and women are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." These 19 children were denied the right to life, to liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, Madam President, in Uvalde, there is no Little League game this weekend. There is no fifth grade next year. They will never get to be teenagers, go to their prom, graduate, go on to college, have a career, or have children of their own. And if lucky, maybe grandchildren someday. Their lives were stolen from them by a gunman, and tragically, we can never bring them back. What we can do, though, is to try hard, really hard, to prevent this from ever happening again. We need to be able to say to the American people, we've had enough. This has to stop. We can't go on this way. We won't go on this way. Today, we are a nation in mourning. But we also need to be a nation working together to address this epidemic. Working to reform our gun laws and doing whatever it takes to prevent another massacre in an American school, in a place of worship, or in a grocery store. May God bless the community of Uvalde. May the Lord be with those 21 families during this time of unfathomable heartache and anguish. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The Senator from Wisconsin.
Madam President, today America grieves. There's nothing partisan about it. Being a parent and grandparent, I cannot imagine the grief felt by the parents of those children. Unless you've experienced, none of us can. What's the solution? There's no one solution. Let's be honest about that. Following Sandy Hook, following Parkland, I've met with the parents of those horrific and senseless tragedies. I've been blessed to get to know three parents quite well: Tom and Gina Hoyer and Max Schachter. Tom and Gina are the parents of Luke Hoyer. Max is the father of Alex Schachter. Two of the 17 victims of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School slaughter in Parkland, Florida, that occurred on February 14, 2018. In getting to know Tom and Gina and Max, you get some sense of the level of grief. I mentioned there's nothing partisan about the grief. I listened to President Biden's remarks last night. I think the point he made that pierced my heart, because President Biden has known tragedy, is when he said that those parents in Texas, they're asking themselves, will they ever sleep again? So we all grieve. We're all looking for solutions. The good senator from Delaware said, we must take action. So what I've always valued about Tom and Gina and Max is these are three individuals, parents, who do know the pain, that still grieve for the loss of their sons. And yet they have not approached trying to find solutions in any partisan way whatsoever. They're trying to find areas of agreement. They advised the Federal Commission on School Safety. They came up with a pretty common sense action. May not solve all the problems, but it's a good idea. It was such a good idea that as chairman of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, we codified it, we passed it unanimously out of our committee in November of 2019. It's called the Luke and Alex School Safety Act. It's pretty simple. It just creates a clearinghouse of information of the best practices for school safety. It involves numerous departments: Department of Health and Human Services, Justice, Homeland Security. They all must approve what these best practices are. It ensures that parents, teachers, schools officials, and other stakeholders have input into what those best practices are. It doesn't allow the clearinghouse to mandate any school take any certain action. And maybe most importantly, it publishes the available grant programs and federal resources available for school safety. Again, it passed out of the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs twice, unanimously, once under my chairmanship, once under the chairmanship of Senator Peters. There's nothing partisan about this bill whatsoever. It's just a good idea that could save lives. It was such a good idea that under the previous administration, they set up that clearinghouse. It's up and it's operating. So all this bill does at this point is serve as a model for what's happening. All this bill does now is codify it to make sure this clearinghouse stands the test of time. That will always be there to provide those best practices on school safety. Now, I'm very sensitive to the moment in time we're sitting here right now. We should let the nation and those parents grieve. I don't want to politicize anything about this moment. So I called up Max, I called up Tom and Gina, and asked them, what would you like me to do? They've been trying to get this codified, passed into law for 4 years. I can't explain why it's not law. Just last month, the Senate passed the Pray Safe Act, which was basically, it took that bill, the Luke and Alex School Safety Act, and just applied it to churches. That passed by unanimous consent, no objection. I tried to attach this bill to that bill, but for whatever reason, somebody is objecting. I have no idea why. None. Again, it passed our committee unanimously twice. It's a good idea. It could save lives. It is an action when people are calling for action following this tragedy. So, Madam President, I know I see the senator from Florida that would also like to speak to this bill before I ask consent.
Madam President.
Senator from Florida.
When I heard the horrific news from Uvalde, Texas yesterday, I immediately thought of two things. My grandchildren, most of who are in elementary school, and the 17 lives we lost in Parkland, Florida 4 years ago. Our hearts are shattered. The loss of these small children, 19 children are just in 4th grade, and two teachers, it's infuriating and heart-wrenching. I can't imagine losing a child or a loved one. Unfortunately, there are 17 families in Florida who don't have to imagine it. They know that pain and live it each and every day. There's seldom a day that goes by that I don't think about the families that lost their children and loved ones that day. No community should feel the pain that families in Parkland and Uvalde now feel. We'll never be able to prevent every vicious crime, but we can and must act. There are solutions to be found at the state level and the federal level. And today we can take action in the Senate to make our schools safer. I want to thank Senator Johnson for leading this bill and Senators Rubio, Risch, and Grassley for their strong support of this legislation and other efforts to keep our kids safe. This bill, the Luke and Alex School Safety Act, is named in honor of Luke Hoyer and Alex Schachter. Luke and Alex were taken from us in the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on February 14, 2018 in Parkland, Florida. Since that horrible day, I've worked closely with many of the victims' families as governor, now as senator, to do everything possible so that no child, educator, or family has to experience that again. There's clearly a lot more work to do. This legislation, the Luke and Alex School Safety Act, codifies a federal school safety clearinghouse by informing parents and educators on expert recommendations and best practices that schools can implement to improve school security. This bill builds on our work to keep schools safe and prevent another tragedy. Today, we can get something done that creates safer schools for our kids and our teachers. I appreciate the work again of Senators Johnson, Rubio, Risch, and Grassley, and all of our colleagues. As we continue to pray for Uvalde and the families that have suffered this tremendous loss, I urge the Senate to pass this good bill and take a step in the right direction that keeps our kids and teachers safe.
Thank the Senator from Florida for those comments. I just want to again emphasize the fact that I just spoke with Max and Jean and Tom. These are parents of children who lost their lives in school shooting. These are parents that have come up with a solution, a nonpartisan solution. Got it recommended by the Federal Commission on School Safety. They told me that the day after Parkland had a parent from Sandy Hook had a piece of legislation that they'd been trying to get passed but couldn't. They would help. They would have been 100% supportive of that piece of legislation come to the floor and passing by unanimous consent, irrespective of the timing. They asked me to come to the floor today to ask my colleagues to lay aside partisanship, to do something for these families, provide them some measure of comfort by passing a completely nonpartisan bill that could make a difference, that could save a life. There's no reason not to pass this bill today in this chamber at this hour. So, Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask in unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 102 S111, I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Majority Leader.
Now, Madam President, the American people have had to endure two of the worst mass shootings in recent history in just the span of 10 days. One of them happened to be in my home state of New York, in the dear city of Buffalo. The other happened yesterday in Texas, the worst school shooting since Sandy Hook, and we can't get out of our minds, I can't, the picture of 10 and 11 and 9-year-olds being shot, killed, just ready to burst into the adolescent and adult phases of their lives. What the American people want is real solutions to our nation's gun violence epidemic. We've had too many moments of silence, too many thoughts and prayers. Americans are sick of it. Many in this chamber are sick of it. Here's the sad truth about what happened yesterday and why I plan to object to my colleagues' UC. Hardening schools would do nothing to prevent this shooting. In fact, there were guards and police officers already at the school yesterday when the shooter showed up. One was a school police officer. Two were from the Uvalde Police Department. The shooter got past all of them with 2 assault weapons that he purchased. They couldn't stop him. The bill would not have protected those children. More guns won't protect our children. That is the wrong answer. There are too many guns and too many options for the wrong people to get guns. So I plan to object to passing this measure today through consent. But I would tell my colleague from Wisconsin, tomorrow we can begin voting on a bill that will let us take action on guns. And we could consider amendments like this then, along with others. Tomorrow, the Senate is scheduled to take the first step in responding to the shooting that happened in my home state of New York 2 weeks ago, and so many other mass shootings over the years that have been motivated by race. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act, which I set in motion earlier this week, is a necessary and timely step to honor the memories of the dead in Buffalo and to make sure mass shootings motivated by race don't happen again. I urge all my Republican colleagues to vote to get on the bill. All we're asking is a vote yes on the motion to proceed. I urge my colleague from Wisconsin to vote yes on that bill. If Senator Johnson helps us get on the domestic terrorism bill, we could consider amendments related to guns, his and others that have a different point of view. And if Republicans can vote with us to get on that bill, we can have a debate on considering common sense, strong gun safety amendments, hopefully with bipartisan support. Senator from Wisconsin says his bill is bipartisan. It's 5 Republican sponsors. And the bottom line is, if you want to have bipartisan debates, you don't just say my bill must pass by unanimous consent and no other bill can pass. I am providing a path that we can have a debate on these amendments. Let me be clear. We are going to vote on gun legislation, and the Republicans could let us start doing that as soon as tomorrow if they simply voted yes on the motion to proceed, and I give them a pledge that we will then start debating gun amendments. Senator Johnson's and many others that have a different point of view. I repeat, though, we are going to vote on gun legislation. The American people are tired of moments of silence, tired of the kind words offering thoughts and prayers. We can use the domestic terrorism bill tomorrow to begin, I repeat, to begin considering gun safety amendments. And we can consider the proposal he brings to the floor today. So we won't just have this amendment, we'll have a lot of amendments to debate. And that seems perfectly fair and, in fact, bipartisan. Alone, the Johnson bill is not in any way, shape, or form a sufficient solution. And so I object.
Madam President.
Pardon me? Objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
As Chairman of Homeland Security, I passed over 300 pieces of legislation out of committee. Over 130 of those became law. Very few of those, almost none, were partisan in any way, shape, or form. The approach I use to have that kind of legislative success is rather than focus on issues that divide us, I concentrate on areas of agreement. Today, I brought to the Senate floor a nonpartisan bill, a bill crafted by the parents who lost their sons in one of these horrific tragedies. It passed our committee twice, unanimously. Those parents asked me to come today to please pass this bill, take some action, provide some comfort to all the parents that are grieving, to a nation that is grieving. So I came to the floor today, and I will not engage in partisanship, other than to say it is just sad. It is just sad that this body can't pass this bill when about a month ago they passed an identical bill that applied to churches. This one applies to schools. And yet, it's inappropriate, according to the majority leader, to pass this nonpartisan bill by unanimous consent. Madam President, this is a very sad day for the United States Senate. I yield.
The Republican leader.
Gas prices have set a new all-time record highs every day for more than 2 weeks. Overall inflation is the worst it's been in more than 40 years. And the Biden administration is preparing to follow their botched Afghanistan retreat with a disastrous nuclear deal that would help Iran and hurt America. But this week, Senate Democrat majority is not taking action on any of those things. Senate is instead spending the week cramming more far-left bureaucrats into the executive branch, where they will keep making these problems even worse. Later today, Senate Democrats want to confirm as Assistant Administrator for EPA someone who has previously researched the environmental impact of football tailgating and concluding it would be best for the environment if the authorities, listen to this, banned charcoal grills and gas generators. This is no joke. Dr. Christopher Frey literally co-authored a research paper that argued, quote, the most environmentally responsible policy would be a universal ban on idling charcoal grills and old generators. Just the nominee the American people need confirmed by Memorial Day weekend. So honestly, where do they find these people? This same nominee wrote in defense of the illegal job-killing so-called Clean Power Plan. And as a past chairman of EPA's Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee, he worked to politicize his work from outside. Things aren't going any better at the committee level. This morning, the Help Committee deadlocked on the nomination of Geopolitical, whom President Biden wants to put on the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Ms. Geopolitical is a liberal plaintiff's lawyer who's best known for rewriting Hollywood legal contracts to push movies casting toward racial quotas, gender quotas, and sexual orientation quotas. The president has found the one person in America who thinks liberal Hollywood is not woke enough. The nominee also has a record of hostility to American energy. She's been both an official spokeswoman and a registered lobbyist for a far-left group that wants to eliminate fossil fuels. She's on the board of another organization that has frivolously sued the state of West Virginia over energy issues. The American people know Washington Democrat policies hurt working families. They've seen that in our colleagues' legislation, and it's more of the same when it comes to the nominees they're picking to design and carry out their tsunami of regulations.
Madam President.
The senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Madam President. As the ranking member of the Committee on Environment and Public Works, I rise to oppose the nomination of Dr. Chris Frey due to the consistent lack of responsiveness from the EPA on our critical oversight matters. The Republican leader, Senator McConnell, just talked about Dr. Frey's research on gas grills and grilling out. But over the past 16 months, my objections are the Biden EPA has repeatedly slow-walked responses to reasonable oversight requests for agency briefings and documents related to implementation of policies with huge implications for our economy and our constituents' lives. We cannot adequately oversee the agency's programs, including historic levels of drinking water infrastructure funding made possible by the bipartisan IIJA, without this transparency. Madam President, until the EPA heeds congressional oversight requests, I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing Dr. Frey's nomination. Thank you.
Madam President.
They're from Delaware.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as we've heard from the previous speakers, we will shortly vote to invoke cloture on the nomination of Dr. Henry Christopher Frey to be Assistant Administrator for EPA's Office of Research and Development. I rise today in strong support of his nomination. Chris Frey, as he is known to his friends and colleagues, is an outstanding public servant, a deeply respected scientist, and an excellent choice to fill this leadership role at EPA. The Office of Research and Development provides the bedrock of scientific analysis upon which we establish our nation's critical environmental protection regulations. EPA is able to fulfill its responsibilities to protect our air that we breathe, to protect the water that we drink, and the land we build our communities upon, because of the robust scientific research provided by what's called ORD, the Office of Research and Development. Dr. Frey's nomination received a bipartisan vote in the Committee on Environment and Public Works. He has the experience, intellect, and integrity to lead this indispensable office. I'm eager to see him confirmed. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting Cloture on his nomination. This is about restoring science as the guiding force in EPA's work. Thank you, Madam President. I yield back the remainder of my time. Madam President.
Senator from Delaware.
I know of no further debate on the nomination.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the Thompson nomination.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, thanks. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton,
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, at the end of April, I had the honor of traveling to Germany, Poland, and Lithuania to meet with American service members and hear from high-level government officials on the state of democracy in Europe as Russia wages war against Ukraine. I returned to the United States with the reassurance that the commitment of our partners and allies to defending freedom and defeating tyranny has only grown stronger. I also returned with three important takeaways that I believe must be central in America's response to Russia's murderous invasion of Ukraine. It must define our commitment to supporting our NATO allies in preserving democracy. First, America and our freedom-loving partners across the world must renew our commitment to never again. Never again support the massive humanitarian efforts underway to aid Ukrainian refugees and those who are helping them, and forcefully condemn the genocide occurring at the direction of Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. Let me say that again. First, America and our freedom-loving partners across the world must renew our commitment to never again support the massive humanitarian efforts underway to aid Ukrainian refugees and those who are helping them, and forcefully condemn the genocide occurring at the direction of Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. In 2005, my wife, daughters, and I spent 2 days visiting the Auschwitz Memorial and Museum in Poland. Anyone who's had the opportunity to walk the grounds of that place will tell you how overwhelming it is to confront the horrors that occurred there. It is out of these horribly dark places that the phrase "never again" was born. Following the liberation of the Nazi concentration camps, the world pledged to never again allow genocide to take the lives of innocent people. But today, Putin is choosing that path. When I returned to Poland last month, I had the solemn honor of participating in a Holocaust memorial ceremony alongside U.S. Ambassador to Poland, Mark Brzezinski, what was formerly the Warsaw Ghetto, and laid a wreath there to honor the Jewish people who fought the Nazi occupation. I also visited a refugee center serving the thousands of Ukrainians forced from their homes and who have been welcomed with open arms by the Polish people. During the ceremony, and as I walked through the refugee center, my thoughts constantly turned to the atrocious attacks of Mariupol. The leveling of that city and the mass graves found there in Bucha cannot be ignored or dismissed as part of the war. These are crimes against humanity. Children are dying. Families are dying precisely because they are Ukrainian and won't do what the dictator Putin wants them to do. This is genocide. World leaders promised never again, but they are failing. I thank God for the incredible hospitality of the Polish people to welcome these Ukrainian families. I'm grateful, too, for what other European countries are doing to help them. We must do everything in our power, using our voices, actions, and resources to support these humanitarian missions and forcefully condemn Putin's genocide in Ukraine. Second, we must continue to show full support to Ukraine and do everything in our power to help it win in this war. That includes approving delivery of the MiG-29 fighter jets that President Zelensky has been requesting for months. President Biden's blockade of these aircraft is an act of weakness and makes no sense. If we want to prevent putting American men and women on the battlefield, we need to give Ukraine every military and intelligence resource it needs to fight and win this war. Most of our NATO allies agree with this, but Joe Biden insists on standing in the way and is actively helping Putin maintain dominance in the skies. Vladimir Putin is a murderous thug. His unjust war intentionally targets civilians and has taken thousands of innocent lives. This is genocide. The Ukrainians have shown that they are willing and able to fight this war themselves and can defeat Putin. We need to let them do it. When the war is over, accountability must be demanded and secured. Putin and his thugs in Russia and Belarus must be tried for their crimes in a war tribunal. They should never see another day of freedom as long as they live. Third and finally, we must recognize the importance of energy and industrial independence from tyrannical and genocidal regimes like Russia and Communist China. I have long advocated for American businesses to decouple their operations from Communist China. In March, I appealed directly to American business leaders and urged them in an open letter to begin the process of cutting ties with Communist China and our dependence on its supply chain, and realign American businesses with U.S. values. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine shows exactly why decoupling from evil regimes is so important. And Europe now understands this better than anyone else. That's why we should applaud businesses that have taken steps to end their relationships with these regimes and applaud nations like Lithuania, Estonia, and Poland, which have taken aggressive action to end their reliance on Russian energy. Lithuania has also boldly stood up to Communist China and supported Taiwan. Their bravery is exemplary and deserves our support. These nations are the exception to the rule in Europe, but their leadership in forming partnership with democratic neighbors like Norway has proven critical to freeing them from the Kremlin's threat of withholding resources. To protect democracy and sovereignty from the influence of evil leaders like Putin and Xi, we must commit to preferring to do business with fellow democratic governments as much as possible. That's why I've been demanding that Biden take immediate steps to put America back on the path to energy independence, stop his appeasement policies with the world's dictators, and end all trade talks with Venezuela and other evil regimes. I recently secured a commitment from Energy Secretary Granholm that the United States would not import any oil from Venezuela or Iran. She said so in an open and public hearing in the Senate Armed Services Committee. President Biden needs to publicly reaffirm that commitment. Our attitude should always be America first, but if it can't be made in America, it must be made by a democratic partner or at the very least one who seeks mutual benefit with us instead of our downfall. Decoupling from Russia and Communist China and other tyrannical regimes will not be easy for many businesses or governments, America included. This move won't occur overnight, but is absolutely necessary as these despots advance their plans for world domination and continue to carry out assaults on sovereignty and democracy in Europe and Asia, as well as support dictators in Latin America like Maduro, Ortega, and the Castro Diaz-Canel regime. If America and our freedom-loving partners are going to truly stand for democracy, we cannot do so while lining the pockets of those who seek to actively destroy liberty and independence wherever it exists. Whether we like it or not, we need to recognize the evil in our world. It exists in the governments of Communist China, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Russia. They want a different world, one where the enemies of democracy, human rights, and sovereign nations issue the orders, and the United States and our allies do what we are told. They will bully and crush anyone in their way if they are allowed. I, for one, and I know I'm not alone, will not accept this. Out of this terrible conflict, America has an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the security and independence of democratic nations, strengthen our energy and industrial independence and partnerships with fellow democracies, and stop genocide, renewing the promise of never again. We cannot allow this moment to pass without creating this needed change. The survival of democracy and the United States depends on it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
This went on for years, in the days right after the horrible tragedy, but then commissioning a study about what went wrong and then trying to find an appropriate settlement with these families that would honor their loved ones. I had to deal with state police officers and others, hardened law enforcement veterans who, when they walked into the classrooms at Virginia Tech to find carnage, and on each body a cell phone ringing because a parent had seen it on television and wanted to call to make sure it wasn't one of their children who had been killed. And my law enforcement officers talked about how those rings that would never be answered just haunted them. And so when there are these shootings at a school, at a nightclub, at a concert, in a grocery store, in a church, in a synagogue, I feel like I'm back in April of 2007 experiencing those emotions for the first time. And I was analyzing my own emotions last night. Why have I not been able to reach a point of more, emotional equilibrium about this after 15 years? And I realized that the reason was that my emotional reaction, that's kind of a PTSD thing, is not just because of the shootings, not just because of the deaths, not just because of the promising lives cut short. It is compounded by a realization that here in this body, we've done nothing. I mean, it would be bad enough to experience the violence and be reminded of that most painful time in my life, but to experience it as a U.S. Senator, as a member of a body, and to say, well, what have we done? We didn't do anything at the federal level after Virginia Tech, and we didn't do anything after Pulse, and we didn't do anything after Las Vegas, and we didn't do anything after Sandy Hook, and we didn't do anything after one tragedy after the next. And that compounds, and in some ways, that is the thing that makes the emotional reaction a reaction that is as fresh today as it was in April of 2007. It's a wound that can't heal until we do something to heal the injury, to heal the problem. I was thinking about this last night, and I was trying to, what's some wisdom that I can derive to make me feel less down and less despondent. And I just thought of two things that I wanted to share. One is a spiritual insight, and then the other is a practical reason not to lose hope. So a spiritual insight. A few years ago, Pope Francis was kicking off a year-long effort to encourage revitalization of parish life, not the life of the big universal church, but the life of parishes. And he challenged parishes, but this challenge could go for people and it certainly could go for political leaders. He challenged parishes to be islas de misericordia en el medio de un mar de indiferencia, islands of mercy in the middle of a sea of indifference. And I thought, what an interesting challenge. And the thing about that challenge that I thought was so beautiful and a little bit unexpected is he didn't counterpose mercy to evil or mercy to cruelty or mercy to hatred. He contrasted mercy with indifference. There's evil in the world, and there's hatred in the world, and there's cruelty in the world, and yet usually those forces are not strong enough to succeed for very long unless there's widespread indifference. We're challenged not to be indifferent. And if we assess why the Senate, this great deliberative body, has been unwilling to act for 15 years, I don't think it's cruelty or evil, it's indifference. It's the very thing that Pope Francis was warning us to avoid. We should be merciful. We should not be indifferent. Evil doesn't thrive for very long absent indifference, and yet despite what we often say after tragedies like this, our thoughts and our prayers and our sincere emotions, if we don't demonstrate by more than just words that we are touched by these tragedies, then we are committing the sin of indifference. And I hope very much that the tragedy of these little children's death may push us out of the indifference that we've been sunk in, at least on this issue. I really hope that it will. And then finally, a practical reason why I'm not going to give up hope that it will. I mentioned that I was the mayor of Richmond dealing with a homicide problem, and I was the governor during what was at the time the worst mass shooting in the history of the United States. Sadly, it's been eclipsed. It's no longer. The Virginia Tech shooting is no longer the most tragic shooting in the history. Others have eclipsed it in terms of the numbers of those killed. But I felt that same despair then, and I threw myself into trying to make changes. I made changes in the Virginia laws that I could make as a governor by executive action, but there were some things I couldn't do by executive action. I needed the support of my legislature to do comprehensive background check bill, because in the case of the Virginia Tech shooting, Sung Wee Cho, the disturbed 19-year-old who committed that crime, was legally barred from owning a weapon, but weaknesses in the background check system didn't catch that, and he was able to get the weapons that led to that carnage. But I couldn't get my legislature, even in the aftermath of the worst shooting in the history of the United States, to be willing to take action. But we never gave up. We kept pushing. We kept pushing in Virginia, the headquarters state of the National Rifle Association. We kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And in 2019, 12 years after the tragedy at Virginia Tech, my legislature passed a set of common sense gun safety rules: 1 handgun a month, ban on certain kinds of weapons that nobody needs, comprehensive background check, mental health support, a series of initiatives. My legislature did pass it in 2019, and my state is safer as a result. 12 years was a long time to wait. There were a lot of tragedies that happened between 2007 and 2019, but thank God for the Virginia Tech family members and the other advocates who said, we'll wait. We're not going away. We're patient. We're discouraged. Each loss we feel afresh, but we are not stopping until we make that happen. My first months in the Senate, Mr. President, we voted on the floor on a comprehensive background check bill. I think that was the last time we had a meaningful debate about gun safety policy on the floor of this body. 9 years ago. It's like there's a gag rule here. You know, it used to be in Congress, you were not allowed to have debate or vote about issues dealing with slavery during the 1830s. It's like we have a gag rule about debating gun safety on the floor of this body. But I remember voting that day, and it was on the anniversary of the shooting at Virginia Tech that we voted on a bipartisan background check bill in this body in 2013. And the family members of Sandy Hook families were sitting in the gallery, and many of the Virginia Tech families had come up to join them to offer them support. I was reminded of the scripture in the letter of Paul to the Hebrews, being surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses. And here we were on the floor trying to respond to this tragedy and do something to ease their grief, and we fell a couple votes short. We couldn't get to 60. I think we had 57 votes that day for a background check bill. That was painful. It was painful. It was especially painful to fall short in the view of all these grieving family members. But I draw hope from this. If we can make progress on this issue in Virginia, headquarters of the NRA, we can make it in the United States Senate. May not happen as quick as I want. May not happen while I'm still here to see it, but there is no reason to give up. If we can do this in Virginia, we can do this in the United States Senate. And we ought to, because the There's nothing we can do to bring back the lives of these young people. But if we can act to decrease the chance that this would ever happen again, they will at least have the ability to grab on and say, our advocacy made a difference, and kids who go to school will be safer in the future. Last thing I'll say, and I'll sit down. I was walking around the building this morning, and because I'm fluent in Spanish and people around here know it, a lot of the Capitol staffers are Latinos, and they talk to me in Spanish. And I passed by a longtime Capitol staffer who said in Spanish, Senator, what's going on? What's going on with this country? And I said, I know what you're asking me about, and it's such a tragedy. And she said this to me. She's from El Salvador. She said, my country is a mess. And the violence is awful. And the homicide rate is unacceptable. But no children in schools feel unsafe. No people going to church services feel unsafe. What's going on, Senator? I didn't have a good answer for. I didn't have a good answer for. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, last night, as I was doom scrolling, as they say one does at 2 in the morning when you can't sleep, what I was looking up were places to buy ballistic protective backpacks for my daughters, who are 4 and 7. Places to buy ballistic protective whiteboards that could be donated to my girls' school that would act as a shield should a shooter come to their school. And it's bad enough that I had felt that I had to do that. But the fact of the matter is, those pages were already bookmarked, because it's not the first time that I've had to look them up. 10 days, 240 hours, less than 2 weeks. That's all it took. It took just 10 days from the racially motivated domestic terrorism attack in Buffalo before we had to mourn the loss of yet more Americans, this time 19 babies and 2 teachers, to a senseless, horrific, and importantly, preventable mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Children gunned down at their school, their small bodies mangled, utterly destroyed by lethal weapons of war designed to quickly kill adults. So last night when I got home, I held on to my 2 babies so tightly. I didn't know why, but I wasn't going to let them go. Just so grateful that they came home from school. Today, there are at least 19 more families in our country that will never be able to forget the horrific sight of what happens to a baby's body, to a child's body when shot at close range with an AR-15 or similarly styled rifle meant for battlefields and not schools. I come to the floor today because as a mother, I am beyond angry. I am furious, heartbroken, and fed up. I am sick to my stomach thinking about what those parents are feeling right now. They sent off their babies to school yesterday morning just like I did. They packed a lunch like I did. They argued with their babies about, hurry up, the bus is coming, you're going to miss the bus. No, you really do have to wear a sweater. I know that you don't think it's cold, but you have to wear a sweater. Or today's PE day, you have to wear your tennis shoes. But unlike my daughters, those babies never came home again. They would never laugh their beautiful laughs again. They would never smile their wild, silly, gorgeous smiles again. That is a hell on earth I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. And as a senator, I ask my colleagues, how many more children will you allow to be murdered on your watch? How many more? How many more tiny bodies have to be ripped apart by weapons of war before you will stand up to the gun lobby and the NRA? How many more children will you allow to go to school each day traumatized, fearing for their lives? Children terrified of being gunned down in their classrooms, practicing active shooter drills instead of studying the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. When will it be enough for you to do something, anything, to simply do your jobs? When will children's lives matter more than your check from the gun lobby? When? Last night, my colleague from Connecticut, Senator Murphy, came to the floor to ask our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, quote, "What are we doing?" But my Republican colleagues know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're risking, whose lives they are endangering when they refuse to lift a finger in the wake of yet another mass shooting. When the assault weapons ban was allowed to expire, the number of mass shooting deaths tripled. We know that the ban works, and we need to reinstate it. Republicans are yet again pushing for nothing to be done, falling back on the old line that only one thing stops a bad guy with a gun, and that is a good guy with a gun, knowing full well that there were good guys with guns at both Uvalde and Buffalo. And here we are mourning dozens of lives anyway. And I've even heard some of them say, let's equip the teachers with guns. I would rather equip teachers with more pieces of chalk and more learning tools than guns. Because even if those teachers had had a gun in the classroom, they didn't have a chance to react to go grab that gun. And they're dead today. They pretend like all we can do is send thoughts and prayers, or they say it's too soon to talk about politics, but they know that we don't have any time to wait. This time, we didn't even have 10 days to wait from Buffalo. It is their job to do more than send thoughts and prayers. It is their job, our job, to prove that we care even the least little bit about those little bodies and the giant heartbreaks they leave behind. We know how to stop these attacks from happening as often as they do. Heck, the entire rest of the world has figured it out. We all know there will be another and another and another attack in the weeks and months ahead if we do nothing. More innocent lives will undoubtedly be lost. So if you're not willing to act, if you're not willing to do the most basic part of your job to prevent the senseless loss of innocent life, then again I ask, why are you here? The Senate should immediately, at a 50-vote threshold, vote on the common sense gun safety reforms that the American people have demanded for so long. And don't tell me this is about the filibuster, because we have time and again voted at the 50-vote threshold on things that matter, like raising the debt ceiling or the defense budget. And yet, the lives of our babies, the right of our babies to not be torn apart by weapons meant for war, is not worthy of that. We're talking about universal background checks. We're talking about the kind of reforms that widespread majorities of Americans support. And in the face of yet another moment of an unimaginable, unbearable, unfathomable grief, let's show the nation that we value children's lives more than an arcane Senate procedural rule. Let's do what adults are supposed to do. Let's protect our kids, the most vulnerable, the most innocent. Let's do our jobs. Let's do what we were sent here to do, what our children are depending on us to do. We owe it to each victim of this tragedy and every tragedy before it, and their loved ones, to finally act. Enough was enough a very, very long time ago. May those babies rest in peace, those little angels now in heaven. I yield the floor.